Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, yesterday we ended with a little bit of work on the cruiser. That's right, I was just standing out there. A little bit of work on the cruiser. I had actually extended the back end a little bit, and so this morning went ahead and I got it armored up. I also went ahead and moved back battery here, but didn't get rid of it. I just moved it into here for now because I figured it's a perfectly viable battery. It actually has a decent amount of charge. Yeah, like a 70% charge. So it's good. It's good. And then I just went through and finished kind of armoring it up, painted it up. Why is that piece missing? Give me some steel plate. All right. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, so that about sums up what we did with the cruiser. And then the other thing that we did yesterday was get the gantry arm here, or I guess just regular arm. But got the arm put on here, and the drill, tested it out, works like a dream. In fact, I was able to go ahead and get some more ice earlier today as well. And so that's all squared away. The only thing that I am kind of thinking of doing is potentially adding a couple extra batteries to this, as well as a couple extra O2H2 generators, just to speed up the process of going through the ice that we do pick up. And then I'm also thinking about potentially adding a couple of additional medium or the modular cargo containers here. So that way I have a little extra storage capacity for ice. That's kind of where we're at with the work that happened yesterday. Today, what I would like to do is a couple of things. First of all, at some point today, and I don't know exactly when, probably coming up or a little bit later, I want to go ahead and take this front end off completely and rebuild it, because it doesn't quite fit what I've done in the rear of the ship or with the rest of the ship in general. And I'm just not quite totally happy with it. So at some point I will basically just kind of put off thinking about here forward and then just rebuild that, because I don't need this connector anymore. These turrets are kind of in the way, or these gun emplacements are kind of in the way, although they are useful. I have used them. They're also kind of in the way. But more immediately, what I would like to do is, do I have space here to do? Oh, I think I'd done that much damage to it. Okay. What I'm thinking I will do here, there we are, is let's grab three. That's too bad. Okay. All right. Oh, oops. Nope, that's not gonna work. Gotta put those the correct way. Three. There we go. Of course it's motors that I need. let's get... Gotta wait for the motors to get built. I also, earlier, was going out to one of the unknown signals and came across a boulder that had some silver in it, so I went ahead and grabbed some. Right now, though, I don't have a refinery that can actually handle the silver, so we just have a whole bunch of silver ore. I can't do anything with. But not necessarily. I mean, in all fairness, the American way just requires more firearms, that's all. That's not always the wrong way. It's just generally the dumber way. Come on, give me my motors. There we go. Excellent. Get those done. Get those motors produced. It's always the motors. Actually, while I'm waiting on motors to be produced, recharge real quick. And we're going to head on out to that unknown signal real quick and pick it up. Also, it'll possibly have an extra motor or two on it. But one of the other things that I want to do today is go out and see if we can find some more installations and tackle them, as we need more parts. One of the things that I have been thinking about, though, yay, rainbow helmet. I already have like 6 of those. Nice. But one of the things that I've been thinking about is kind of what an extended goal is going to be here. Like what our next big thing is. Nah, let's just get this. There we go. Rest. One of the big things is that I would eventually like to get a small, large grid ship put together and potentially, well, and that's just it too, is got to get to the point where I can get out into space and get Prototech, but I definitely, Prototech is on the table as far as things that I would like to do. This is definitely the more combat-centric playthrough. Go. All right. Thrusters. These. Okay. Now I just got to make sure that they are all off. There we go. Okay. I would say we are about ready to give this another test flight. Fuel is a little low, but what I can do is where are lab through tank. are. Stockpile on off. Fortunately, I have the tanks here on the base, plus I have the tanks from our other ship or rover, I should say. One of the other things that I need to do is add special, I think is the keyword for the container. Edit. Special. Yeah, okay. So I need at least one of the 2 containers or cargo containers that are on here to be called special. The reason for that is because of the fact that it is going to house, or at least hold on to, our... Yep, awesome. Ammo. I need the... Let's do... Awesome. So that one specifically is going to hold on to our spare ammunition just in case. And if I need to, I can always bump that number up so that it's holding on to more. But at the very least, we will have something that is holding on to that extra stuff. All right. Should be filled up. Let's go ahead. Get that set. Thrusters are now on. And we are good to go. Extra side-to-side action. All right. Let's go take a look. See what we can find. I think I also did add a couple extra gyroscopes to it, just to make sure I was going to be able to maneuver this kind of growing behemoth of a ship. Oh yeah. Well, that's right. I wanted to leave salvage me there because that is... I can't turn it off, though. That's where that big-ass battery is sitting right now. Not doing anything. But let's see if we can hopefully find something to shoot at. Maybe like one of the pirate bases. That would be nice. Get something to shoot back at us. So at the very least, I'm just realizing I could technically take this up into space. Well, almost. I would need to add some top-facing thrusters for hydrogen. But everything else, like the atmospheric thrusters, would probably get me up fairly high. And then the additional H2 thrusters, the hydrogen thrusters, easily get me the rest of the way. So This is a vehicle that I could potentially go into space with, and then use it to start pirating stuff. Big thing is just making sure, if I were to do the pirating thing in space with this, that I could switch between targeting weapons, and then once the weapons are knocked out, switching over to propulsion. Nice. Okay. Around here doesn't look like it. Not even seeing anything popping up. Got roughly an hour's worth of power, which really is more than enough for what we need to do. But I was hoping maybe we'd come across something. Don't want to get too far away from our base, because you know, you still have to go back to it. Oh, I can get rid of salvage base now. There's nothing there now. It's nice out here. This area kind of reminds me of where we have the mountain tunnel in one of my playthroughs. Okay. Let's climb this hill real quick. Start kind of circling back. Then eventually need to start making my way back home. Usually I would have seen something pop up by now, but there's nothing. Yeah, I think when I get back, I'm gonna do two things. The first is we're going to go ahead and replace the front end. In fact, I'm thinking what I might do is actually extend the whole front of the ship out a bit more so that I can get, hopefully, maybe another hydrogen tank on there. Possibly two. But then on top of that, also extend the PP. Also go ahead and put in some sort of, I'm not sure, do I want to do like a living area or just cockpit and hydrogen. There, what? Need to do, I think, is put a camera on here. Actions. Well, they definitely don't like me. Unyielding doesn't like me. Hell, let's just go full pirate. Let's go. Yes, you are under attack. All right. I don't know. Let's see. All right, I think I got everything. Let's see. Entities, make sure. Substance. Okay. Oops. Takes care of that one. Not really seeing any other turrets. All right. Anything on this side? Ooh. Might just have to move the base over here because this has a proper refinery. Yeah, good enough. Ah. Go through this. You know, eventually the space pirates are actually going to love me. And I'm kind of okay with this. Because usually, space pirates wind up being your antagonists. But I kind of like the idea that I'm going to be against everybody else for a change. There we go. Go. hack this. That's not a bad idea either. Claim NPC grid. All right, so the grid is now mine. We have quite a lot of stuff here. I don't think I have to hack all of it, just some of it. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's get up here. Go. Doors are now back in place. Not that it matters, but oh, nice pistol. Okay. And still need. Oh, I see. That's why. Because that was where I was attacking. It's like, why can I see that? That is. Okay. Anything in you? Oh. Oh, that is nice. Reactor components, thruster components. That is going to be sweet. Some silicon in there. Your pass. That is an odd way to set a passage, although I kind of like that. That's salt cannon shells. Damn. That's okay. Batteries are on board. We've got 2 batteries. I seem to recall. Yes. Where do I get a hacking chip? Okay. Think that actually does anything? Oh no, that's an interesting way of doing that. Okay. So I'm starting to get access to this. Let's grind you down. Oh, I see. Okay. What was here is a good question. Get this unbent. All right. Next thing is okay, I see.
Inventory full.
That was a gun on top of there, I'm guessing. Is not anymore. So what we need to do is this is become our new base. Is I need I need a hacking chip somehow. Oh, let's. I have the assembler on here. The only problem is it's kind of a pain in the ass to navigate, but other than that, not there. Here. Okay. Production. Hacking chip. Of course you require platinum, silver, and gold. Of course you do. Oh, fantastic. Let's see. Credits. We've got some iron, we've got some silver, and we've got some cobalt here. I don't yet. Let's drop this shit off now. That's what that is. Okay. Guys. Silicon ore. Where is that? That's the oxygen thing. I could have sworn. Hey, what's up, Tommy? And some more silver, or at least ingots in there. Yeah, no worries, man. Med kits in there. Alright, I need to find where that refinery is at. Ah, the refinery's right there. Yeah, how is it? H2 generator. So thank you. We're about to launch. Okay. All right. So not everything is connected the way that it should be. This tower seems to be isolated. Yeah, so there's this. That's the AI defensive block. Should get more power. Okay, so our new base is over here. I need to get everything connected. Well, I need to start bringing stuff over more than I need to connect everything. So that's going to be fun. But I'll also need to go ahead and get let's see. That's there. Or not. Did I get to anything? No, you were not. Okay. So I would want to that out. I need to attach this to over here.
Inventory full.
That is fine. I need an access point.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
That's the other battery. Okay. Which I need to claim.
Inventory full.
Fine now. Ooh, you have explosives. You have some gold. I might just be able to pull this off. And I might just be able to hack the entire base. Get the hacking chip. Need silver. Oh, I don't have any platinum. Unless you have some platinum here, which you do not. Damn. The only thing I'm missing is platinum. And I'd be able to make that hacking chip. That's okay. And then that's an event controller. Odd setup on this base. That's okay. Exit here. S base 2. I just need. I'll just take out this one. I see. All right. Yeah, that is just all connected up the way that it's supposed to be. Okay, cool. So essentially, they're using the vent here to connect the O2, the small cargo container, to the refinery. That then comes down here that leads into those. And this. So what I would need to do is connect down here. Most likely that and that. And I could do that. And that would have the assembler, the refinery, and most of our cargo containers all connected up in one fell swoop. Okay, cool. I can work with that. So, with that said, let's see what I can do over. I could have sworn I had seen light. Light. I could have sworn that I had seen a. It's breaking me down. That is straight across. Broadcast controller. Worthwhile. Oh yeah, that was the parts there. Okay. That. Cool. It's the battery. Broadcast controller. And scene. Sworn I had seen an event controller, not an event controller, program block, which I know I did. And that's, I know what that is. That's the flare. Okay, so it must be down here. Yeah, right here. Long. Okay. So just a few more blocks that I don't have access to. It's behind. Oh, behind. Edit. Browse scripts. Business inventory manager. Go. All right. That matters. And there. Okay, cool. So what I will probably want to do, my own sanity, is set up probably a connector of some sort around here. Hey, what's up, Hollows? Yeah, I'll probably set up a connector. I could probably even set up one down here. Up this. that. Maybe?
Inventory full.
Yes, I will have to do that. Hey, what's up, Matt? Can I set up? I was actually looking this morning if there was a way that I could set up the specific source for the text to speech so that it was on so that it was on a separate audio channel. Doesn't look like I can. All right, we've got some work cut out for us, but I need to go grab some stuff from home. Okay. No, that I have to. Well, in the first few minutes that I had available, when I thought about it, no, I didn't. Couldn't do it. Maybe I will find a way after the fact when I have a little more time. But okay, let's head back home, which is that way. Sometimes violence just isn't going to do anything except turn it on. See what I mean? Now Hollis is all riled up. Ooh. Ooh. I just realized I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to get the rover over there. That's going to be kind of a fun trip. What I'll probably want to do is see if I can get some. Well, I don't know. I might be able to just stick a connector on the back of the rover and then connect the two via that way and fly it over. Road trip was also something that I was thinking about. That is going to be a hell of a road trip to get all the way back over there. Doable, but definitely a hell of a road trip. But when I was starting out this morning, one of the things that I was thinking about was the fact that I don't have an assembler or a refinery so that I could take care of the bigger stuff. And then one of the first things we find today has an assembler and a refinery. Now, the really fun part would be to take those pieces and put them on a much bigger ship somehow. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the necessary ingredients. Well, maybe. I'm thinking I could potentially put together a large grid, small large grid ship with the refinery and assembler on it. And just make it H2 based. Maybe. It's doable. Pain in the ass, but it's doable. The other thing that I have to consider is that I have 1, 2, 3, 4 large cargo containers worth of stuff back here. I might just leave this. Oh yeah, that part's not a big deal. Like power generation wouldn't be that big of an issue. It's more so just making sure that I have enough fuel to get up into space. Yay, and we're back home. Okay, I need at least one power cell so that I can repair that second battery. There we go. Disconnect. Refueling. Awesome. Okay. So, what I need to do is we need to. Oh, now here's an idea. What if we retrofit the rover, the tanker, with a trailer so that I can just shove all of the stuff from the base inside of that and then drive it to our new home. That way I really don't have to come up with anything new. I don't have to worry about airlifting it. The only thing I would do is maybe put some extra stuff inside of here. And then fly it over, drop it off. I should probably make like an extra H2 bottle. And then I can just jetpack back here to grab this and everything else and drive it over, leaving this here as sort of a stop-off point if I need it. Plus this poor battery, which is just sitting here. You know what? Get up against the wall. There you go. Yeah. Okay. This could work. So, first things first. Let's actually get you disconnected. Second of all, I need more steel plates. Trailers are dangerous to a certain extent. I have built enough of them, though, that I'm not uncomfortable with them, that's for certain. Just have to make sure have enough length here for what I want. That's what she said. This. There we go. Okay. And what I will do is we're going to roll this down, back it up, turn it. Oops. I should. That's fair. I was never good with lyrics anyway. Okay, so this gives me a little bit of room here to work with. And what I will do. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Probably want to put it up higher, I would think. Then yeah, okay. Then I can go ahead with not that hinge, that hinge. And that is actually each one way. Then let's go ahead and get this built. There we go. Finally, should be able to do. Wait, nope, better idea. Instead of using those, we'll use the blast door. There we go. Then there we go. That'll work out. Excellent. I really don't need the trailer to be too big. It just needs to have 4 large cargo containers on it. Back to rotor lock, hinge lock, rotor lock. Okay, all those are now locked off. this down. Actually, no, we'll do. There we go. Yes. Oh, no. Oops. Okay. What I should be able to do is that. Yep. Okay. Will. Oops. Get those. So essentially what I'm doing is I am making sure that I'm lined up here with these wheels because I know they're 5x5s. And then that way I can go ahead and get the 5x5 suspensions on here. They will be the same width, so I don't have to worry about anything funky there. I'm only going to put the 2 wheels on the back. I don't need anything more than that, as that'll make it easier for it to pivot around. Now, I could get a little fancy and do 4 wheels on the back, which isn't necessarily a bad idea in and of itself, as that could, in some cases, make it a little bit more stable. But I plan on putting the weight back here, and then this will just act as a form or a method to suspend it off of, sort of act as additional carry wheels, so that I am faking where the center of mass is getting shifted to. So by artificially extending the length of the vehicle, it helps with that center of mass issue. Now, also one of the things that I'm doing differently is instead of this riding on top of the hitch, so I would have the attachment point on the back. Ordinarily, I would have the attachment point kind of sticking out maybe this way, and then the rotor would be facing upwards, building off of it that way. By suspending it like this, I'm hoping that it'll also make it a little bit more responsive to strange angles that we might be taking. That's the hope. We will find out how that goes. So, with any luck, this will be pretty smooth sailing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. A little bit too heavy. Easy fix here, though. Hinge lock. Lock back on. Add wheel. There we go. Now what I can do is lock off. And excellent. Now once I get ready to actually drive this around, what I'll do is I will turn off the power to these 2 rotors and this hinge. And that will ensure that the whole thing can move freely without any issues whatsoever. So, let's get all of this welded up. This is going to wind up being a fun trip. Grab some more steel plates. That off. Make more. And then what else? I think that's could be it. I'll have to sneak back, grab the weld up that last bit, the 2x1 slope. There we go. Right. That should just help make sure that we're a little bit protected there. Oh, we are totally going after that. Let's get this. Hurry up, fall down. I need to collect you. Now, as far as path or route to take, that is going to be the fun. And I think what I'll do is on our way back out there with the cruiser, we'll sort of mark out what a good route to take might be. Power off, off, off. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thought I'd turn that off. Roll over. Thank you. Rainbow boots, yay! Get some nice motors out of this. Oh, and also the metal frames. Awesome. There we go. Let's head back, dump off our spoils, and then the next thing that I need to add is first, it's also recharge. The next thing that I need to add is going to be the cargo containers. They are. Let's grab some of those now. Let's see what we're working with. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 total. That's 4 of the small large grid cargo containers, which equates to 4 large small grid containers. So what I want is, let's grab some of those. Actually, no, that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. Another signal. I just. That one is not even fair. That's 167 kilometers away. That's just on the other side of the planet. That is the closest I have ever seen one get. Well, it would be in space. But just the fact that, that is so not fair. Because I don't have a ship that would be able to handle the amount of punishment that installation would be able to put forward. Unfortunately. Jetpack. Let's get this finished up. Grab what I need. Huh. Yeah, but the unfortunate reality is then I have to find a way to get the stuff out of there and back home. Plus, there's all likelihood of the other Factorum ships showing up and kicking my ass. I get the feeling that you really, really want to see me do this. Despite the fact that it's not going to work the way that you guys think it's going to work. But tell you what, if you guys want to see it, we'll do it. Oops. Give me the 3 motors. Let's see. Brockstar, have a good one, buddy. All right. This, that. Let's drop off our proficient welder. Grab one of the enhanced ones that I have. Production. Do the MR50. That's the 50A. And then no equipment. And I'm probably going to need several H2 tanks. Oh, and my O2 tank. But I only need like one of those. rifle. Where is it? Putting the tanks. Let's also take 2 med kits, 4 of the power kits. Just give me those. Thank you. And we gotta wait while it fills the hydrogen tanks real quick. Oh, that one's too far away. What stupidity we are about to do. That one is too far away. Okay. And then I just need to grab the ammunition. And well, you guys wanted to watch me go and attack it, so I am getting ready to go attack it. But I don't have, like, I have the ship, but it's not set up enough to go deal with it. No, 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 no. I think there was a miscommunication on that part. That signal is on the exact opposite side of the planet. The problem out, however, is it's on the exact opposite side of the planet in space. So even if I were to drill all the way through, I still wouldn't be able to get to it. The other problem is the amount of time it would take to drill straight down through the planet. I wouldn't make it to that signal before it disappeared. So we're going to fly there jetpack style. All right. I would have a hole. I don't know how really cool it would be. That's not quite how that works, but I like where your guys' head's at sometimes. All right, that should be enough. Let's clean up this bar. Actually, let's just clean up all of these bars. Okay. New rules. Save as Lazy Days, jetpack. Well, that's kind of what's happening this time too. All right, so I've got a bunch of bottles of hydrogen. I've got a bunch of bottles of. I've got 1 bottle of oxygen, which should be fine. Make sure to close the hood. Let's go. I don't know how well this is going to work because I basically have to go into orbit and then I have to go around the planet. Fortunately, though, once I get outside of the gravitational pull of the planet, it becomes a lot easier to deal with the speed with navigation and fuel conservation. Because I can just turn off the my dampeners. Partially your fault. Like, partially your fault. That's right. Now, the fun part is going to be trying to get back. Because I don't know. Oh, no, this is. I'm not going to get mad. You guys, this is one of those. I also. Part of me wants to kind of see if I can do this. Might have needed an extra bottle or two. But mostly we're going to see just what it's going to take. That's also why I did a save as. So that way, if it doesn't go according to plan, I get stuck, that I can just, there was no way I was going to be able to dig a hole. And the hole is antithetical to what we're doing with this play anyway. The only digging I'm allowed to do is boulders and ice lakes. It's the only two things I'm allowed to dig. So, not allowed to dig the giant hole anyway. All right, we're getting there. But it's not explosives. Again, I think there's miscommunication here. Just hope I have enough fuel and power. Yeah, that. I don't know where that's coming from. But no, ammo doesn't act like C4. You can shoot the ground all you want with the rifle that I have, and it will do literally nothing. Okay. Nope, gotta keep going. If you use a precision rifle at the ground, it's not going to do anything. Okay. Almost. Oh. I still wouldn't be able to make enough ammunition to drill down through the world that way. That would probably take somewhere in the magnitude of 2,000 or 3,000, and I just don't have the components for that. So, I mean, we can go ahead and go back down to the ground, and then we'll see if it works. But I'm not going to sit there for 4 hours shooting my way through the ground. I love you guys. I just don't love you that much. Come on. I don't know what I call this. Not sure it's fun. Entertaining, yes. Not sure if it's fun. But we in space yet. Start heading this way. Alright, how am I doing? Oh, I'm only halfway through my first tank. Awesome. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I'm doing this, is because I want to see what happens. Uh, weapons. Go. Hopeful. Trying to get outside of the planet's gravitational pull, so that way I can start coasting a little bit better. Hollows is the wrong person to ask about tea. Hollows would be one of the founding fathers that dumped that shit into the harbor. Yes, she is. The no tea. Nice. Come on. Let's see. All right. Let's start our. This is absolutely ridiculous. Nice. Okay. Root beer and Dr. Pepper are actually really, really good. So anybody, I mean, I'll put up with a lot, but anti Dr. Pepper and anti root beer. Nope. Those two are actually really good drinks. Don't get me wrong, I like Coke and Pepsi as well. Although it's situational. I like Pepsi at home. I like Coke at restaurants. Restaurant Coke just tastes better, generally speaking. Now, here's a fun thing. I hope I have enough power kits. I should have brought more. Okay. Uh, go up a little bit more. This is where having a ship would have been useful. And in fact, I probably should have had the ship. I could have at least used it to get close. And then from there, just jetpack the rest of the way. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to make it. Not saying I can't, I'm just not sure I'll be able to. It is kind of entertaining. Kind of. I mean, that's really all orbiting is. Just falling really fast. Actually, do something real quick. Save. Yes. I know how to fix this problem. And speed this up just a wee bit. Where is it? Nope, nope. Oh, I have it here. Where is it? Wonder. Ah, there we go. I know, right? I've got a few mods available to mess with. But no, what we're going to do is we're going to increase the maximum speed to something ridiculous. So that way I spend less time just floating there and more time actually getting to where I need to go. And then hopefully we can get it taken care of. That is a really cool looking dare. Like that screenshot there just looks really badass. It just looks like that would be fun. Honestly, that looks like that would be fun for a Halo shooter kind of arena. Oh, because those do kind of look like warthogs. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Here we go now. Now we're hauling ass. I'm currently doing just over 650 meters a second. see. There's the signal. And yes. Now we get there much faster. Ain't nobody got time to just linger. Ooh. Oh. Okay, so what I'm hopeful of is that I will go fast enough to go through the atmosphere and just kind of bypass the whole landing thing. Oh, yeah. Hopefully, I'm going to hit orbital speed here. Otherwise, this could get nasty. I don't honestly know if it is or not. It might very well be. Alrighty, there we go. We just we're skipping on through the atmosphere. We're almost there. And let's see. Probably need to start slowing down here. Let's get slowed down a little bit. Yeah. Well, with the boost on the jetpack, you can actually get up to a decent speed. But I definitely appreciate the slightly, yeah. If you hold shift, it gives it'll start boosting you. Yeah, it is actually. All right. We're coming in hot. Let's try and haha, we made it. This is where I was heading to. This is the thing, the signal. That's possible. Let's set light. cylinder. Something over there to claim.
Inventory full.
There you go. I didn't necessarily mean to show up like that, but all right. Well, now this is mine. Oh, I don't know if there's any. Nope, there is. Okay. Yep, that's why I am. Oh, shit.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay. They kind of are, but is Shazbot. Where is another? Oh God, there's a whole bunch of ships out there. Where is the other warheads? That is. Well, I passed one of them. I know that. I already ground it down. Oh, we are about to die. Oh well. Not a big deal. What would I have gotten? What is this anyway? Prototech thruster, Prototech binary.
Inventory full.
Let's watch it burn. Oh, got it. Oh, ha. Jesus. Okay. Well, good news is I have a thruster available. That I can't actually get to. What about you?
Inventory full.
Oh, God. Do I have the parts for a control panel? That's the problem. You're the Prototech refinery. Do I have? Okay, anyway. Okay. That grid is now mine. That refinery. Guessing the refinery is now mine. I mean, technically it should be. Only problem that I have right now is that I have no way of getting this stuff out. What's in here? Ooh, prototype frame. So, yeah, this is where having a ship would be useful, but other than that, kinda SOL. The only thing I can do is try and take over one of the ships down there. Um, damn it. What? Okay. Nope. Yep, didn't think that was gonna work. Oh. Now, fortunately, yeah, I was on Earth. Now I am back on Earth. Basically, what I wound up doing was flying all the way around Earth to a signal that was where my body is now. tools. One. There we go. And then one. I am going to need another production. There we go. Wait for those to get made. Now, here's the fun part is I don't know when I'll be able to get back over there to get that stuff. I also am hopeful that the no, well, okay, kind of. So the Factorum base has 3 warheads. I managed to grind down one of them, but I missed the other 2. That being said, they blew up, but the prototech stuff was still safe. I was going to try and attack one of the prototech ships, but of course the turrets are just going to be better at tracking me anyway. So they managed to kill me. So I have part of a Factorum base currently in orbit. We're going to suspend trash removal for now. And I need Shazma. Okay. I'm going to take a quick AFK while I try and figure out how I'm going to do this. Yeah, I did claim it. So save that. I'm going to take a quick AFK. Eat some water and snack things. When I get back, we will figure out how I'm going to get that stuff back home. So I will be back in just a few. Alrighty. Let's see. Um. Oh. Yes. So 68. Crap. Well, we can do this. Exit main menu. Save changes before quitting. Nope. Load game. Backups. Okay. Not all is lost. That was actually a very good point. Technically, I could have eventually found it anyway because it would not have despawned, and I probably could have just tracked the grid that way. But what the? Oh, I see what they did there. Okay. Yeah, actually, the Prototech drill would be a good thing to get. Okay. Let's see. I have that one. That is set to be mine. That is also owned by nobody. Owned by nobody. Well, owned by me, but okay. What else is on base? at is oh, some thruster components there. You have zone chip, that'll be useful. Protect capacitor, platinum. Uranium ingots. That was from the reactor. Gotta be careful because I don't want them to be able to like get a lock on. A couple of power kits that'll be useful. You have rifle. Well, I don't have any space for it, but another rifle. I had enough components.
Inventory full.
There goes some of those panels. Yeah, that's not going to help. Okay. So, medical supplies. Ah. Okay. So the biggest issue that I'm going to run into right now is just getting back up here. Yes. Proto tech. Definitely a worthwhile thing. Let's drop that crap in there. Let's see. Let's see about condensing some of this. Because what I would like to do is come up here with the cruiser. Pick some of this crap up. Okay. The hell is a Kaz? Need a cruise? Also, awesome. That's the assault cannon shells. If I had a battery, I could maybe do it. Awesome. Yeah, no worries, man. All right, let's drop off. Yeah, I don't have enough, or I don't have anything for power cells, which is a small problem, but it's a lot of motors. I want those motors. So essentially, what I'm going to have to do is seppuku my way back home. Also, make sure suspend trash removal. I don't have an assembler up here, so I wouldn't be able to do anything. I really don't have parts to assemble a ship. Which would be okay. Yeah, that's fair. So what I've got is a dilemma. I've got a whole bunch of those guys that are just sitting there waiting for me. I've got this stuff here that I need to get out. I have a ship on the opposite side of the planet. So what we're going to do is we're going to go get ourselves killed. Ha 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 ha! Alrighty. Solved that problem. So we now have GPS. Glorious death indeed. We now have a GPS at our body location. So even if it despawns, not a big deal. We also still have one good ship. Let's grab those, those. I need that. Jen, you get in my pocket. Usually a good idea to remember to turn things back on. I have that problem as well, as I oftentimes will turn something off because I'm going to do something else, and then realize, oh yeah, that was supposed to be turned back on. Oops. So, totally understand the brain fart. Okay, so the plans have changed from what I originally wanted to do, which was to go ahead and get this trailer up and running and what all. What I need to do I don't know if this is going to work, but essentially what I need to do is I need to find a way to get that thruster. I need to get that thruster and I need to get that refinery back home. So with that in mind, I need pull this out. Make sure that is correct. Okay. And then I should be able to attach yeah, this will work. Okay, so what we're going to do is I will be able to put in the hydrogen thrusters that I need to face upwards. That will allow me to get this up into space and navigate it without any issues. God, high chews are so good. Once I have gotten it into space, then it will be pretty easy to hopefully utilize it and the parts that it has on it. Hey, what's up, Angel? But I should be able to go ahead and utilize the parts on here to collect the Prototech thruster, as well as find a way to attach the Prototech refinery. Then once I have those, I should be able to bring both back. And if I'm really, really lucky, I can try and bring it back near our second base, base 2. Because then I can attach it to that base, although it might work out better if, so I've got to refine, well, no, I don't. Because what I'm thinking is that I could either bring the refinery to one of the bases here, or I bring up the parts necessary to build a battery there and start setting that up as a makeshift base. Decisions. Let's go ahead and finish getting the retrofit done on this. Then we'll see what we're going to do plate. Well, I've got two different lakes nearby, so that part's not an issue. Well, part of the problem with trying to convert what's at the asteroid into an actual ship is the sheer volume of asteroid that is still attached to it. I don't know. What are you attempting to do there, Tommy? Okay, there we go. Oh, thruster. I want. Let's do the industrial. If you're looking to do a drone mothership, I would absolutely do a large grid. Go. Awesome. Alrighty. Oh hell. Should have made myself some lunch while I was at it, instead of just grabbing candy. Go. There we are. That gives us the additional thrusters we need. Let's do thrusters. Save. Okay. Got full H2 tank. All right. So oh, and there goes my frame rate. As if on cue. This is, I think this is actually a space engineer's problem, not a mod issue. I'd have to look to see if anybody else is having this issue. But let's restart it. Give it a second to like actually shut down. Because after about 2.5 hours, Space Engineers just decides that it wants to tank my frame rate, which is weird. Okay. Gotta load back in. Trying to figure out. Space engineers, prototech, Rasta. Okay. All right. So a prototech thruster is basically like just a big old ion thruster. That's what I wanted to know. So I could, in essence, make a little raft, essentially, that I can attach to the back of cruiser here via the connector. Then attach the refinery to that, and then put the thruster on the back of that. Okay. I might be able to pull this off. I hope. And there should be overall enough parts there that I can do a connector and maybe a few other miscellaneous parts in general. The only thing is that is weird, Angel, and I don't know why it is giving you issues. So, but it's not that big of a deal because Revolt is not a primary point of contact. It's just a backup should anything go horribly, horribly wrong. It might be worthwhile to send them an email like, "Hey, I can't create an account. I've attempted with different email addresses." Just so that way it's like, "Hey, you have a problem here. What's going on?" And just see what they say if you're interested. Yeah, Discord would never. You're all banned. Actually, funnily enough, some of the information that I saw yesterday was talking about how some of the Discord servers that were nuked were just legitimate streamer Discord servers. So at this point in time, Discord's AI is not discriminating. They're basically just nuking whoever the hell they want. All right. So I've got that. Let's thrusters on. Disconnect. Okay. I won't. Actually, let's just drop off the things that I have here. Grab some power cells and bring those with. So at the very least, I could potentially build a battery. And then I wonder if it would be worthwhile to maybe also build a basic assembler while I'm there. Because at least the basic assembler would get me what I need to get the rest of the base going with some of the stuff that I have available. I think I can make that work. There we go. So with the stuff that's already there, plus what I'm picking up, hopefully, I should be able to. Yeah. Should be able to make it work. Now, of course, that's assuming that the Factorum ships are not currently there. Alright. It really isn't going to matter which way I go. So we're going to go this way first. And let's just see what happens. Build up a bunch of speed. Make it easier to leave the planetary gravity. Yeah, space! That just makes me want to play some Portal. It's Portal 2 specifically. I love that game too. Like, they did such a good job with Portal and Portal 2. The only part of Portal 2 that I think lasts a little too long is the old Aperture Labs. They could have shortened that sequence down just a little bit, and I think that would have made it a better game overall. But that's like my only personal critique. Oh, there you go. Actually, that would be kind of, I wonder. We'll have to look into that. Because I don't know if there is. I mean, I'm sure there is. An add-on for that. There you go. Might have to see about doing that. What? There are lots of things that could absolutely go wrong, even without chat telling you what to do. Goodbye, planet. Let's start making our trip this way. Yeah, kinda. Alrighty. Now we just have to. I wonder. I'm gonna go out a little bit farther, and then I'm gonna see if we can do the same thing that we did before, where basically we use the planet's gravity to slingshot us through the atmosphere and to the other side. I want to get a little bit farther out first. Yeah, this little maneuver is going to cost us 7 Kerbals. Actually, there is a mod that I keep seeing pop up that is basically KSP and Space Engineers. Go. Now we can just use gravity to aid us in getting to where we need to go. I also just realized that I still had my helmet open. That's never a good idea. Speed up a little bit here. That's true. The no, honestly, I think Red Rocket was probably the favorite spot to stop off at in Fallout 4, Matt. So I understand why it would be cursed in your brain. Because the game almost always leads you out that road or attempts to lead you out that road. Every time. And then, of course, saddles you with the survivors there, if at all possible. Oh, yeah, yeah, fair enough. That's probably why you find dog meat there. Yeah, about that. You're lucky. Most people, I think, try and set up there. That and the drive-in. Oh, how are you going to be down a video card? I thought you had that 5070. Oh. Well, you want to borrow the 1070? It still functions. Yeah, well, it used to be your card, thus making you a peasant. Yeah. God, I'd love to be able to afford a 5090. Although, honestly, if I had, like, if I were to get any other card at this point, I'd probably want a 5080 instead. Just because that'll be a nice sort of compromise between, the 5070 and the 5090. Oh yeah, and 5080s, like funnily enough, I was watching a video talking about right now the problem that Nvidia is dealing with is that they're actually having trouble selling their cards because their price point is higher. They're being sold at a higher price point than the MSRP. And so because of that, a lot of people just aren't actually buying them compared to AMD cards. All right. Time for a gravity assist. Here we go. Oh, how magnanimous of you. Oh, I don't. That could be a problem. It honestly shouldn't be. We'll find out. He's always trying to sell me out. Go faster. I'm not sure it's your currency to utilize. Oh, I should probably turn those on. All right. We should just so happen to make it to the asteroid. Yeah, right. I know what Kintar's stock prices are actually at. He's a penny stock that's going to try and short the industry, that's all. Right. This is actually kind of fun. Utilizing a gravity assist around Earth-like to save fuel. Okay. Let's save here.
On that note, anyone want to get in on a great stock opportunity?
right. Getting there. Now the question is, are those Factorum dicks still there? If they are, this is going to be real interesting. If they aren't, this is going to be really sweet because at that point, we should just be able to roll in and try and do what we need to do. Awesome. Hopeful I have enough velocity here. I won't have to use too much more because the other problem that I'm going to run into right now is that I don't have a whole lot more hydrogen. I think my next upgrade to this, that is going to be one of the things that I do, is add another hydrogen tank to offset current utilization. Let's try and keep our speed up. We can do it. At least our gravity is low, the planetary gravity at this point. Yeah, we are past the point of no return. It's going to be real fun burning up a whole bunch of fuel just to slow down. That's not a problem. What you do is you put the projector on the small grid. Yeah. And that, because I've had to do that as well. So basically, rotor to small head, put the projector on a block on the small head, and you're done. Problem solved. Okay. Start slowing down a bit here. Looks like Factorum may have fucked off. Also, I have just overshot. It was going a little too quick. Not enough reverse thrusters. And I am thankful for the fact that they also despawn. I was not looking forward to going head to head with those guys. And there we go. Okay. Let's slow ourselves. I think 100 meters a second ought to be fine to get back. There we go. 100.34 meters per second. It's a good thing I wasn't going full speed directly at the asteroid. That's one of those lessons that I learned early on is point off to the side of the asteroid. You're less likely to get blown up by it. All right. Oh, 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 oh. Well, these weren't too safe. Seeing as they obliterated me a couple of times. We into here. Let's. Ah, oriented this way. Ooh. I didn't activate it. It just happened. I almost got it deactivated, but not quite in time. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah, there's the stuff. All right, let's grind out some of this. Fortunately, I was smart in leaving behind that. Now, the question. Oh, that's a small grid one, too. I might. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Grind that down. Yeah, so I managed to disable that warhead right there, which was one of the three. That's the one that would have blown up the Prototech stuff. Fortunately, though, I managed to get it, so I saved the good stuff. That being said, let's clear out. Let's finish. No, that's not what I want. Ah, yes. Hey, yes. This is fantastic. Oh, you two stop moving. Okay. Probably get my ass handed to me. Let's get. I need weld plate, weld pad. Have some computers. Work. Probably want to move that. There. And there. Work with me. That way. Let's see. This one. Second. Sorry. I'm like trying to get this in place. There we go. Get in there. Might have to take. Yes! Score! All right, sorry. Little zoned in there. Okay. Let's see. What I wanted to do, I specifically was trying to attach it to the ship so that I had an additional thruster on this thing to compensate for my lack of, or my waning hydrogen fuel. Okay. There we go. Yes. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, basically. Well, now at this point, what I need to do is put some parachute hatches on it and take it back to base. But let's. Yeah, no cult yet. Oh, that's awesome. That was one of those games that I had wanted to try as well, was Armored Core. So to hear that they got the seamless multiplayer mod working for it, that's pretty awesome. Okay. Yes. That makes me feel so much better. Let's start grabbing some of this stuff. Also, up a lot of this. Let's grab. Let's grab this because I need to put. Figure out how to be able to bring this back. This is going to be rough. We're going to be able to do it. Oh, and there's all this other beautiful, beautiful loot to pick up. One of the things that I need to do, because I'm dumb and haven't done it yet, because I'm usually in atmosphere, I need to put an oxygen tank on here. In fact, I should put a small oxygen tank. I don't need it that big. A mag plate ought to be fine. Although I do have enough room back here that I could landing here. Yeah. Okay. We are going to turn auto lock off since I want to control that. G capture. Let's get the rest of this out of the way. So I'll be able to scooch in here and grab what I need to. Start grabbing this crap. Dumping it off. Don't. Shazbot. I have a small problem. I about out of O2. Let's see.
Inventory full.
Okay. Shoot. I wonder. Okay, I don't need. Three of those. That. Those. Okay. Here's what we're going to try. We're going to do some quick hops. We're going to see if we can find some ice. If I can find some ice, I can potentially get that back to the ship, throw it in the O2H2 generator, get oxygen. That looks like that might be ice up there. Please, Clang, let that be ice. If that is, we are in luck. I mean, slim to shitty. Take your pick. That might not be what I'm looking for. No, I don't think that is. That's just regular rock. Just in case. Looking for some bright blue patches. I think it's like 25 meters. Oh, look at that. Ice. Yes. Score. Yes. Asteroid ice. I need to go that way. Okay. 75% oxygen. I've got 2.33K. That'll be more than enough. And the nice thing is, now that I know where that ice is, I can also utilize that to refill some of the hydrogen in the cruiser. Oh, that sucks. Also, belated hey, Willie. How you doing, buddy? And let's start slowing down so that way I don't die. Awesome. Ooh, that sucks. Now we can get some oxygen. Yes. Alrighty. That is awesome. Now I have oxygen again. And plenty of motors. I could even almost throw maybe. I'm thinking I could potentially get some ion thrusters on here to kind of offset the fact that the atmospheric thrusters aren't operational right now. Would I? Thrusters. Use. I could do it. Small ones? Easily. Oh, yeah. Because I know I have some. No, you don't. Do not. No, sir. Okay, I think I got it. Sorry. Kind of like zoning out here, trying to take stuff on. Anything left of this? Kind of toward a new one. Oh yeah, no, there's nothing left. Okay. I definitely ripped that one apart. Okay. Let's return, I should say, to here. And go. All right, that took care of that problem. It's like, no, sir, we do not play that around here. Okay. Drop off. That. Those. Way. So you. And there was a location that had a bunch of materials. Oh, shoot. I bet those despawn. Damn it. Oh no, I thought I had. Well, I know
Inventory full.
you're gonna have some stuff. I just need a large steel tube. Let's drop off this large steel tube. Wherefore thou that's not gonna be it. Large steel tube. Ooh. You.
Inventory full.
Yep. Let's actually attach. Do. Doesn't matter. It does feel a little weaker, but I don't think that it is. I know a few people have mentioned that the thrust overall does feel a little lessened, but it's hard to say definitively if that's the case.
Inventory full.
That's what I'm after. Okay, so I've got that. No. Let's get rid Okay. Or back is right. It's the okay. Just missing thruster components. Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% certain if they made those changes or not. Like, it could be that they did change. Although Brockstar looked it up, and the values, as far as still in on the wiki, were the same. So, don't know honestly. There we go. Should be able to use. Yeah, honestly, Pertum is going to be like a good litmus test for that, since its gravity is so much higher. Let's grab. That. And it's like getting the tubes from. Was here. Pipe works. Alrighty. Shit. No. No, sir. There's going to be a whole lot of fuck you. Ow, 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 ow. What the hell is attacking me? I have no idea what's currently attacking me. Okay, try and cover. Oh shit. What did I lose? Why do I have no hydrogen anymore? Like all of my. Oh, I know why. Because it went and filled up all those hydrogen tanks that I had. Although something's a little bit off. Oh, that's okay. Not at the moment, no. I have a small problem. I don't have a whole lot of fuel left. Let's get going this way. See if we can pick up some ice. Oh, typically, yeah. I'm the same way. Battle. That's part of what this particular playthrough is about. Is for me to practice combat so that I can get better at it. Unfortunately, whatever attacked me did so while I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that's. Try and get over to the asteroid, do some repairs. Repair. Okay. Start slowing down. I mean, if I really need to, I can just whip this thing backwards and just use the just use the prototech thruster on the back. Time to slow ourselves down here. Okay. That'll work. Glad I brought extra ammunition with me. Let's see. Nitrogen thrusters and my warp thruster. Got it. Okay. Awesome. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and we didn't completely lose everything. So, oh, this place has gold. Cool. Stop. Please. Okay, we're good. All right. Why did my guns have such an issue? Their aiming range is 1500. They shouldn't have had any problems. Yeah, I don't know why they did. Like, it took a really long time for my turrets to even get close to firing. So I don't know what happened there. What? Easy fix. All right, let's see what we've got. Some steel plate damage. Looks like we're mostly A-okay. Oh, that did take some damage. That one's going to be rough. Got through to a battery, but didn't destroy the battery. You're definitely going for the cockpit, though. Let's clean up. Oh, that's why I haven't been able to slow down, is because these guys got disconnected. Okay. Oh Lord, let's hope I have the parts on here. That's oh, okay. I think I should have some grids. I do. Awesome. All right. Repair that. That one repaired. Awesome. And this one is a thruster. There we go. All right. We are mostly back in action. Honestly, I am impressed that the ship actually was able to take a little bit of a beating and also dish one back out. So I was happy, am happy with that. Need drop off that. Have Actually, I have a huge amount of stuff on here already. What we'll do is yeah, I could imagine that would be a little bit of a clincher. That. Okay. Poor thing took an absolute beating. Let's see, did I pick up any extra tech commands? No, I did not. Yes, I. No, I didn't. I thought I did. Okay, let's.
Inventory full.
Get some ice here. Start trying to get refueled.
Inventory full.
Go. Oops. There we go. Okay, now I need to reassign thruster groups. And that's first thrusters. Backwards ones. Sample those. Thrusters. Got everybody. As well as the Rototech. All right. Now we're a little better off. So how am I hemorrhaging? Like it feels like I'm just hemorrhaging H2 and I don't know where it's all going. Plates. Oops. Okay. Let's. I know. May not be super sturdy for armor, but it will still be something better than what it has. We will use half plates here. this will at least help to cover up some of it. There. A little less noticeable. All right. Where are we at? All right. What is cool? So, how much power do I have? 15 hours of power. Yeah, we're fine. We are A-okay there. Let's also... don't need both of those. Oh, you're apparently full. Oh, you're good. Need that or that. Grab some ice while we're at it.
Inventory full.
All right, that was a little on the nerve-wracking side, but we came out on the other side of it fairly A-okay. This is a cool little cavern area. All right, let's grab a little more ice. And let's see. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Good lord. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get us back to the Prototech Hall. And then from there, what I'd like to do is probably go ahead and take a short break. And then we'll see what we're going to kind of do after that. Whether I'm just going to go ahead and grab the refinery and try and haul it somewhere safe, or what? I don't know yet. But I do know that I still want to get that refinery. I want it. Now, the nice thing is that hopefully we're not going to run into anything else over here so far that's trying to kill us. Maybe. We'll find out. Also, with the ice that we picked up, we should be able to at least get some extra fuel going. It may even be a situation where I can hopefully get enough time to stop and revamp that front end so that I can get a couple more H2 generators and maybe another hydrogen tank on the ship. And then from there, maybe bring all that stuff back. It could be that we get stuck here in space for a while. Which, you know, it happens. What I'd like to do is potentially, I don't think I'm going to have the parts for it, but it would be nice to try and get this stuff over to the moon. Actually, getting to the moon should be pretty easy. Because as long as I can maintain fuel, then I should be pretty good. It's just everything else that'll be kind of a pain in the ass. But that also begs the question, should I start looking at building a large grid ship? The answer is kind of yes. I think that might not be a bad idea. Okay. Really, the only reason why I'm slow boating over here is just because fuel right now is kind of a concern. And I don't want to go so fast that I have to burn through more than necessary just to slow back down. Because that would suck. As I don't have quite enough. Well, if I swap out the atmospheric thrusters, I could almost do it. Don't want to get rid of them because, they're useful. Anytime that I go towards the planet, I might want to be able to use them. Oh, that's just the outpost. Okay. So just sneak on up back over here. Let's see. Oh, I see where we're at. Yeah, that warhead definitely took a chunk out of it. Okay. Hopefully we stop getting interrupted all the time. Just in case, go ahead. Let's get closer. Actually, I was going to try and get closer anyway. What I should do is back it up. So that way I'm less likely to get the prototech thruster blowed up, but also puts my guns forward. I was able to claim the whole base. So for the most part, most of it is claimed. Like I just went ahead and claimed the grid, and then all the separate stuff I was able to claim as necessary. This is coming with us. Warhead. Warhead is also coming with us. That off. Let's take out these things so that I can get that refinery out of here. Bye. I don't know, but when you come to a grid that don't own, there is sometimes a button in the upper right-hand corner of the control panel. So, like right up here, well, you guys, yeah, you can kind of see it. But right up in this corner, there will sometimes be a button that says claim grid, that will allow you to claim the grid. Okay. Getting this out of the way. Those, oh, that's because they're heavy armor. All right. That makes sense. No, no, I don't want that. You guys, but I want that. What may have happened in that case was trash collection, because it would have been depowered and you had gotten outside of a certain range from it. So it was probably server trash collection. Gotcha. If I had to guess. Well, if you claim it, it generally, like if you claim it and you hit the button, to check to see if you get an item from it, then at that point it powers itself down. So more than likely, yes, it was powered on. Right. And I think we are just about ready to try and pick this bad boy up. Yeah. Like, it's just like on the unknown signals when you hit the button, to see what your reward or item might be. As soon as you do that, it powers it down. So on the strong unknown signals, same thing. If you hit that button, it immediately turns it off because it powers it down. Now, if you just claim the grid, it doesn't power it down. So if you hit the red claim button, it won't power it down. It's when you hit the button to get your reward or whatever. Oh, light cannons. Kind of useful. And let's see. Is there anything else? Not really, I think. Might grab those assault cannon shells. I think just about everything else is
Inventory full.
so. This weapon alone is going to have a lot of really good
Inventory full.
stuff in it. Might not have enough room for everything.
Inventory full.
Energy getting low. It wasn't too difficult. Essentially, I managed to come up from behind it. And in fact, I can kind of show you the direction it came in at. Basically managed to come up at it from about this angle. And then drilled my way up until I hit rocks. Or until I started hitting blocks. And then once I started hitting the blocks, I then just kind of worked my way up until I got to about here, which was purely by accident. And then at that point, I just was able to sit in the seat, I think, or something like that. Wait, there is a whole bunch of other stuff that I haven't. But then I just hit the flame button and went from there. It's been a whole thing. Been an ordeal. Okay. Oh yeah, because that separated this from everything else. Just realized. So there's all these timer blocks and whatnot. That might not have been a bad idea. Is if you get into that section of the base, take out the event controllers and timer blocks. Because then it probably won't be able to trigger like call for backup and stuff like that. Or the this thing. Yeah, I won't be able to call any of that stuff. That would probably keep it from detonating the well, they have to be triggered. The warhead has to be activated through something, whether a script or through a timer block or an event control. So if I can turn those off before the warheads get turned on, or if I can get rid of the event controller or whatever the triggering mechanism is, then yeah. So as long as I can get to whatever is that triggering mechanism, it should be a-okay. Should be able to take care of it. But you, what are... Oh yeah, that oxygen tank got exploded. That's my controllers. Okay, that should be enough. Let's try. That's possible too. That's one of those that would be fun to play around with and see what happens. Like spectator around the base and figure out what's going on. Okay, I need my landing gear. There you are. Switch lock. This might be in the way. You know what? Why am I using this stuff? I have these. Okay. You. Yep, there we go. Like, why am I suffering through the really crappy stuff when I could just, use my upgraded tools? Like an intelligent. Yeah, there we go. Let's find out. Let's also fill this up. I bet it's one of the things that... Actually, you know what? Yep, there it is, right there. Sensor intruder. So that is... Now I wonder what it's... let's see. be able to see it. I was hoping I would be able to see its extents, but it could be because it's unpowered. It won't let me. In any event, let's get almost there. Let's see. Be able to do this. Camera, work with me here. And we got it. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. Let's stop this for a moment. Bring ourselves to. Here we go. Kind of get a better grip on this. Awesome. All right. I am not comfortable with that. Center it a little bit more. There we go. So we picked up the prototype thruster and we picked up the refinery. I still need more fuel, but fuck yeah. Hell yes. That is a really good question. I don't know. I think what I'm going to attempt to do. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to head back over to our asteroid and collect some more ice. That's the biggest thing that I need to do right now, just because I need more fuel. I'm hopeful that I have enough parts on hand that I can attempt. Shoot. Okay. This is going to be a little weird. What I can attempt to do is I brought some parts with me so that I can build a basic assembly and a battery. What I can try and do is attach the basic assembler to the refinery as well as a battery. Or even a connector. And then just connector it to maybe. No. We'll have to do it like this. Put the battery on here. Put the basic assembler on here as well. And then do a little bit of stone mining so that I could potentially put some parachutes on here. And then I do the small grid battery trick all the time. At least when I'm starting out, just because it's cheaper that way. But my problem is one of logistics in terms of trying to get this back to the base in a safe manner. And doing so in a way that I can get it on the ground. So what I'm thinking is parachutes, parachute hatches, parachutes. I just don't have a method of creating the parachutes or the canvas material so that I can do that. Yeah, that's, you know, that's why I want to do that, because then if I can get it back on the ground and I can get it to one of my two bases, then I could potentially use Cruiser here to get it into a position where I can attach it to the base and everybody will be happy. And what I could conceivably do is bring it back to our first or primary base and then steal the industrial assembler from the secondary base and haul that over. But the funny thing is, this is a piracy playthrough, so I don't really need the refinery per se. An assembler, yes, but a refinery, not as much. This was mostly a act of, well, it's here, so let's grab it, just to see if I could. But yeah. So once I pull up here, I'm going to take a short AFK because I'm also hungry for some lunch. And then we'll see about that'll also hopefully give us a little bit of time to refuel a little bit more. Honestly, I'm just so thoroughly tickled pink that this is working. That I managed to, well, first of all, that we managed to, oh, I see. Uh, Not only did we manage to actually get to the base with just the jetpack, but then have also managed to collect the prototech from it. Spoils of war. Got a thruster out of it. And we brought the cruiser up here. Okay. This HUD is the Norca HUD, I believe is the one it is. I'd have to double check that, but I believe that's what it's called. Actually, we'll be taking a break here in a second. Just double check. And yep, okay. Let's do that real quick. And then I can also get you the link. It's a nice clean HUD. I love it. Odds. That is indeed the Norca Engineers HUD. Shop. That's not what I wanted, but okay. Should be that one. There you go. And you're quite welcome. Always happy to share awesome mods with people. Actually, I think I got it from. It was part of a set of mods. I was going to go join a server because I was just looking one night and I was like, let's try and play some multiplayer. And I came across a server that looked like it was for older people like myself. I was like, ooh, this looks interesting. And wound up downloading the mods, but then I never actually connected to the server, or I never actually really played on the server. But I played around with the HUD, and I was like, I like this HUD, and I have just used it ever since. There's been a couple of others that I really liked, but this one is just so nice. It's clean, it's efficient. Let's see. Developer live stream. And almost loaded back in. Like I said, I'm going to take a short AFK, make myself something to eat real quick, probably like a quick sandwich, shove that down my mouth and throat. And then when I get back, oh, thank you for the follow there, Max. Much appreciated. When I get back, we'll see what we can do. Got this ship. Let's get some ice. And I don't have a collector on the back here. Oh, we've already got maxed out on ice. Okay. Save as free lunch. So that way, in case while I'm AFK something goes horribly, horribly wrong, we can just jump back to the beginning there. And then save as, and then we'll just do that. Okay, cool. I'm going to take my AFK. I shall be back in a few. That's not it. That's it. And then when I get back, we will see about what options we have. We're getting this big hunk of refinery back to one of our bases and how we can get it connected and up and running. So I shall return. Awesome. I am not blowed up. Nope. For lack of trying. There we go. Alrighty. Awesome. Drop off some more of the ice. Okay, so plan is pop this on here. I need steel plate. Okay. Why are you shifting like that, music? You stop that right now. Add small head. Rotor lock. And then battery. I should stuff battery. There we go. All right, so next up, parachute. I need to make one. So, what I'm hopeful, of, is that this should be along with the ship as well. This should be enough to where I can hopefully is this turned off right now? It is. That would be on. Okay.
Inventory full.
That's fine. What I'm going to do. Okay. Is let's see about. Oh, wait. I can leave that stuff. It won't matter. What I want is. Oh, you're going to need more silicon. Okay, no problem.
Inventory full.
That's fine. Awesome. There we go. All right. We've got our parachute hatch. We've got our parachutes. I am kind of tempted. That's the battery. Okay. I can make this work. Come here. For the love. Thank you. All right. What I need is interior. There we go. We're going to see about adding more parachute hatches here. So between the 3 parachutes that we're going to have active on this, it should be enough to have a controlled descent down to whatever base we choose to go to. Yep, there we go. Alrighty. That's set. I need a couple more. Let's just get some extra stone here. We are. There goes our 4. Awesome. Okay. Parachute hatches are all set. Parachute hatch. 1, 2. Set those to auto deploy when I get ready. This one. Auto deploy at 1,000. That one's just going to have to be set. Like, there's nothing we can do about that. How are we doing on fuel? 66. Nice. We still have some more. Let us grab a bit more ice for the trip. Okay.
Inventory full.
Awesome. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this to our first base, primary base, where the rover currently is set up. The entire reason why I was going after base number 2 and why I was getting excited about base number 2 is because it had a full-size refinery and it has an industrial assembly. However, now that we've got this refinery, I don't need base number 2. I just need to get this attached. So, we're going to take this to our main base, and then hopefully I can utilize Cruiser here to get the assembler from the other base and bring it over. I'll take a look at it in just a little bit. All right. Where did Earth go? There's Earth. I hate it when I lose Earth. All right. So, what I need to do is I need to get to the other side of the planet again. And there we go. There we are. And now we just gotta cruise for a little bit. Bring this over. This is Tommy's, drone mothership that he's working on. That is a hell of a behemoth. I see. That way it welds all of them up before it launches them. Okay. Give me a second here. I want to make sure that we're not heading straight for any rocks or anything like that. But yeah, that looks pretty cool, Tommy. Nice. Looks good. Right. You're welcome. That's one of the things that I love about the space engineers community in general is just how many creative people there are, how into the creativity that we get. There's always a solution for everything. It just takes a little while to get there. Well, yeah. I wasn't under the illusion that that was the final product. I chew good. Fair enough. As you should, good sir. Let's stay out of the gravity well, shall we? At least for right now. Let's stay out of it. Oof. Getting there. It's going to take a little bit. Let's get our parachutes here. Yeah, no worries, man. Go get some sleep there, buddy. Sleep is important. Or so people have told me. But as always, Tommy, thanks for stopping by, man. Always glad to see you hanging around. Let's see. Still actually have a decent amount of ice. That is a beautiful shot, though. You know what? I love this game. So first of all, today's plans did not get followed at all. Well, sort of. Second of all, the plans that we then went with were way better. Because, well, yeah, it's definitely all Matt's fault. Actually, no. It would have been Matt's fault if everything went sideways. But because everything went really well, it's Hollow's fault. That's how that's going to go today. Next time, we'll switch it up again. It really is. Also, the Space Engineers 2 skybox looks absolutely fantastic in Space Engineers 1. I know, right? Okay. Still have a ways away to go. That's one of those things. I was thinking about this earlier and yesterday. About one of the things that I'd like to see out of Space Engineers 2. And in this sort of circumstance, this makes me rethink what I was originally thinking. But I would like to see slightly larger planets. Yeah, that. But with the planets, right now, the largest that a planet can be is 120 kilometers, as far as I know. I don't know if they can be larger than that. Okay. That being said, with Space Engineers 2, and with everything that they are doing, personally, I would love to see it if planets could get a larger maximum size, somewhere between 250 to 300 kilometers. Because I feel like that would be an acceptable increase in size while still maintaining terrain fidelity based off terrain maps if they're using that. I don't remember what they're doing with it. But then on top of that, that would give a much wider range of sizes for planets so that you could have like Earth like at 120 to 160, and then something like Perton, which would have higher gravity, that one being up to 200 to 220 kilometers would make a lot of sense. So that's my idea of something that I'd like to see. Jesus, this is so far away. That's, again, outside of gravity well. It winds up using up a lot of fuel. And that is a fair thing, which is why I think they need to also address how spawning works. Now, if you're on a multiplayer server and you have players on one side of the planet and players on the other side of the planet, then that's just the way it is. If you're doing like a local server, so you're hosting it off of your computer kind of thing, then you should be able to set the spawn range. So that way, and I think there is even an option for spawn range, but I think it should be a lot more granular, and I think it should be one of those where it's easier to set up cooperative spawning. That's actually kind of cool. That's still weird to me. People only streaming 1 day a week. I get it. It's just weird. Oh, I'm not talking about spawn issues. Just in spawning as it pertains to the idea of larger planets for Space Engineers 2. My idea is that I would like to see larger planets in SE2, just because. Okay. And the only reason why I want to see larger planets is just because of stuff like this. You know, for giggles, and also because it would just be cool to see the possibility of the larger planets. I almost feel like I should have gone the other direction. I'm all right with that. I just happen to like being a pancake. Right, and that's what they were talking about is, you wind up having somebody spawning on one side of the planet and somebody on the other side. And so I would like to see, I think it would be interesting if they gave better options for spawning. Death by Planet Snoo Snoo. Yeah, something like that. The idea essentially would be such that with the larger planets, it creates a new challenge in terms of circumnavigating them. Right, that's why I'm talking about for Space Engineers 2, not for SE1, but for SE2, having the the basic or base planet sizes being larger. Because then it would be easier to work around it. And especially because, from what I understand for Space Engineers 2, it sounds like what they're looking to do is build in a lot of like the modular encounters, the NPCs, and stuff like that into the base game itself. That is a good question, Willie. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it being anything other than a static solar system. Okay. So the orbits will do the okay. Because that'll be cool. Because honestly, in that, if that's the case, just like it does in KSP. Oh my! Wow, you have. Wow. Okay. Um. But essentially, as far as leaving atmosphere, it's just like it is in real life. Essentially, what happens is that everything is relative to the stellar body that you are based out of. So, for instance, absolutely judgy as fuck. Um, so, if let's say I'm at my base and I take off, I'm taking off relative to my starting point. Once I get out to a certain point, then the gravity of that object either affects me or no longer does. Now, more than likely, they're not going to go full Newtonian simulation. I have discovered who. Oh, nice. That's a safe zone, too. So, more than likely what it is it's going to be very similar to the way that the game currently operates. Is that once you get to a certain altitude outside of a planet, then its planetary gravity will no longer affect Whereas in Kerbal Space Program, the gravity of the the planet or the moon that you are leaving or going to does have an effect based off of Newtonian physics. Nah, it can stay there unaccosted and unmolested. Honestly, I'm more interested in just getting this back home. I only have but so much fuel. But we're getting there. Let's lessen that a little bit. So I'm not burning so much. All right, so there goes base number 2. We want to go for base number 1. For home, basically. Well, yeah. Cut 13 hours of power. But I want to make sure. I don't want to leave any doubts that I'm going to make it back. I want to make sure I'm going to make it back. I've got incredibly precious cargo right now. Last thing I want to do is risk it. Most of the time, that's true. However, one thing that can happen is if you are going fast enough, you will be going faster than the game is capable of computing your position versus your spawn locations. And so, what will wind up happening is that after a certain point, you will be going so fast that it doesn't realize that it's spawning something in front of you until after it has already spawned something in front of you. And then just, death. So. All right. This is where probably going to want to even out. Line her up. Yeah. Unfortunately, you're never that fast. Because that would mean you're lucky. And Clang will not allow you to be lucky. Clang has no room for winners. I did actually put an antenna in this thing. Be damned. Okay. I just hope I'm not currently cooking the refinery. It should be fine. I just have no way of stopping to reposition it. And I'm not exactly excited at the prospect of trying to hop out and check it. Alrighty. We're almost home. Yeah, that's probably what'll wind up happening. Actually, I'm hopeful that I won't be dropping it. What I am planning to do is to gently descend as a combined unit, both ship and refinery, so that way I can control the descent better. That's the plan. See how that goes. Time to start slowing down. Hopefully. Slowly. Painfully. Good. I do have the atmospheric pressure set. Lord, don't cook. Okay. Just line up. The atmospheric compressor should be kicking in. Oh, I think coming in a little bit too hot. There's one set. And that immediately stopped us. Alrighty then. Okay. Before I get too much further, let's turn you off. All the way off. There we go. Oh, yes. We are making it home with this refinery. Hell yes. I didn't even need the big parachute. I just needed the two little ones. That was more than enough. Hell yes. I think this has honestly been one of the most successful missions that I've ever attempted to accomplish. We'll just very slowly come in, as I do still have a ton of mass with me. But we've done it. Really, really hopeful that that is just dust off. I think it is. Start slowing back down again. A little bit too fast. Hell yes. We have flown all the way around the planet. Technically twice. We raided a Prototech base or Factorum base. I know, right? All right, Angels. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. You have a good one. We have a Prototech thruster. We have a Prototech refinery. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to set this down on the landing pad, and then I'm going to disconnect, and then we'll go ahead and drop off the ship. Actually, I may just go ahead and just lower this down off to the side for right now. Okay. Just gently. Yep. Thanks for the heads up. Too fast, too fast, too fast. Wait, there we go. And yes, we made it all the way home. And I can just leave this here for now. Thank you. Although, honestly, you guys were helpful as well. I would like to consider it a group effort. Because without you guys, I wouldn't have actually done it. Let's actually that. That off. Absolutely. That is a huge bonus overall. Of course, now I'm in a situation where I don't need this trailer. I did all that work. Don't actually need it. Okay. So, Yeah, probably. It's never a situation where you never need it. You just don't currently need it. And of course, we're now at that point where my frame rate is tanking. A little bit. All right. This out of the way. Pretty much. Probably connect it right there. Yeah. Pop these out of the way. So do our quick restart. And then hopefully what I can do, hopefully I have enough H2 on the base that I can do a quick refill. And then we'll see about attaching the refinery to the base. I want that to be kind of my last act for the stream, is to get that all connected. Okay, let's get restarted here. So what I'll do is I'll put weld pads on each side and then get it moved over. And then hopefully that will be all I need to do. And I think I'll also just go ahead and grind off the battery. I'm not too worried about it. It was a small one anyway, or small grid one, so I'm not losing out on too many components for it. But yeah, hell of a day so far. Come on, load up faster. There we go. Okay. That's true. That sounds like some of the cars that I've heard before. Nope, it did not mess up. Okay. That. Apparently, this is in the way. All right, and how are you doing? Awesome. Okay. Where that hole came from? Oh, that's correct. Looks like I need. Looks like I need to take this and circle it around. Oh, wait, let's see. Call you. Um, Better- two. Yeah. Wait, no, I know. Pitch rotor one. Pitch in one. There we go. And then trailer. Groups. Blocks on off. And there we go. Those locked? Oh yeah, that's right. Rotor locks. Locks are. Well, that. Yeah, I had that on. Okay, there we go. It kind of does, yeah. Nope. Just got to get this up here. Sure. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Now, this should hopefully be. There we go. We can get this filled back up with as much as possible. That'll be fine. Okay. arms. Let's see. And done. She is connected. So what this also tells me is that if I had this fully fueled, I should actually be able to fly it over to base number 2, grab the assembler, and then fly the assembler back here. And awesome. The prototype refinery is doing its job, which means I will eventually be able to remove that. I could actually go ahead and remove this. And then other. Okay. There we go. Don't need oxygen tank. You're all set. Well, I'll be damned. That was a hell of an adventure. We not only managed to find a new location to call temporary home, base number 2, but we also went and attacked a Factorum base, got ourselves a prototech cluster and a prototech refinery. It only cost me dying twice, maybe 3 times. I'm not, it's a little fuzzy there. And we brought it all back home and connected to the base, and it is all operational and looking mighty fine. Not bad for a day's worth of piracy. So, next up, still need to get more ice because I need to get a lot more hydrogen going. Thank you. You guys, again, you guys definitely helped. I don't think I would have done it without you guys judging me. So, but I think that is going to wrap it up for today. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to do. Actually, no, that's not true. Tomorrow, we need to do some more upgrade work to Cruiser. Do some repair work as well. This poor thing got put to hell. So it'll be nice to kind of repair it a bit, but then also do some upgrading. Like I said, I want to go ahead and pop the front of it off and rebuild all of that. Maybe beef it up with some more weapons as well. That way it could be, even meaner when it comes to it. Other than that, though, yeah, that's going to be it for today. Yeah, this is. I need to redo where where that thruster is placed at. That's okay. Yeah. So as always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble, and remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.